Good afternoon. We are back in finance. We don't know how much time we have, but we'll plow through as many bills as we can until we get to the floor, and maybe we'll get through them all. We are going to start with Assembly Bill 108, and we will call up Assemblymember Haddocky. Please. Welcome. We're glad to have you.
My remarks started with good morning, but
Well, that's why you put morning, afternoon, or evening on those.
I will make sure to do that from now. Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Assemblymember Sandra Howdiggy, and I'm here to present Assembly Bill 108. The Nevada Outdoor Recreation Education Program, established in 2019, has been instrumental in offering our youth meaningful experiences in nature. I want to thank Speaker Yeager, my co-sponsor, for introducing Assembly Bill 331 that passed during the 80th 2019 legislative session that created the Outdoor Education and Recreation Grant Program to give our underserved Nevada students the opportunity to experience Nevada's great outdoors while promoting education and health. This program aims to enhance academic achievement and personal wellness while instilling a deep appreciation for our public lands. Research consistently shows that outdoor learning environments contribute significantly to students' mental health. Engaging with nature has also been linked to increased pro-social behavior, reduced hyperactivity, and decreased mental health struggles. Now, I know I don't post as much as my co-sponsor does, but I'm usually alongside him, and over the years we have hiked, so many places together. We've hiked 6,000 feet down the Grand Canyon and back up. We've hiked to the highest peak in Nevada together, Boundary Peak. We hiked Mount Whitney, and we're so close to reaching the top of Mount Whitney together, but unfortunately the weather took a turn for the worst, and just a couple of weekends ago we had an epic hiking weekend together where we covered 30 miles of Nevada's mountain and over 4,000 feet. And I say this because I know that some of my happiest times are when I'm outside enjoying our public lands, and I want that to be true for every child in Nevada, no matter what background they come from or no matter what part of Nevada they live in, that they also get to experience Nevada's great outdoors. And with that, Chair, I would like to turn it over to my co-presenter, Christy Cabrera, to go over some of the numbers on our previous success with this grant program.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Christy Cabrera Georgeson. I'm the Deputy Director of the Nevada Conservation League. The Nevada Outdoor Education and Recreation Grant Program, or NOER, is housed under the Division of Outdoor Recreation and provides underserved youth with high-quality outdoor education and recreation opportunities. During the 2023 legislative session, NOER received state funding for the very first time, investing $500,000 over a 2-year period. While advocating for funding last session, the Division of Outdoor Recreation predicted this level of funding would be able to fund approximately 13 grantees and around 2,400 youth each year. However, they have far exceeded those expectations, reaching nearly 11,000 kids with 26,000 hours spent outside in 2024 alone. Looking forward to getting those 2025 numbers at the end of the year. Over the biennium, NOER will have funded 44 projects in every single county across the state. I just submitted all of those programs, and as well as the impact report to Nellis, so hopefully that will be in your inboxes shortly. NCL reached out to many of the NOER awardees to hear how this funding impacted their work. We heard stories about a program supporting underserved girls in STEM who were able to take part in an outdoor education camp for science and outdoor learning. Another awardee took students from Title I schools to Clark County on field trips to Red Rock Canyon. 1,400 students were estimated to be able to experience Red Rock Canyon, many for the very first time. Another program provided equine therapy to children in foster care and kids with disabilities. Several others created opportunities for cultural revitalization for Indigenous youth. We heard from teachers about students learning to leave no trace and returning from the outdoors rejuvenated, happy, ready to learn. Every story, while unique, had an underlying message. These programs positively changed the lives of every single student they touched and wouldn't have happened without the funding from NOER. We're grateful to have played a role in securing that funding and are excited to be here today advocating for continued funding for the program. AB 108 will make a $500,000 appropriation to this program over the biennium, so $250,000 each year, maintaining the level of funding from the previous biennium. Additionally, I would like to point to a letter we submitted on Nellis from 35 organizations and businesses from all across the state. With the awareness of time, we asked for all of them to not testify today. But I urge you all to think about the very first time you saw the glistening waters of Lake Tahoe, the stunning shades of red in the Valley of Fire, or the majestic peaks of the Ruby Mountains. These moments have brought an irreplaceable sense of joy for myself and so many others across the state, and have instilled in us a reason to care about the natural areas around us. Our students deserve that same opportunity. We urge the members of the committee to support AB 108. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your bill, Majority Leader. I chuckle because when we were kids, this is what we did. I mean, we didn't have devices. We didn't have a television in every room, right? This is what we did. And so we've come full circle. Does anybody have any questions? All right, seeing none, you may step back, and we will ask for those in support here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and go ahead when you're ready, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Dondera Loop and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Grace Michelson, Michaelson, with Ferrari Reader Public Affairs on behalf of Western Resource Advocates. WRA is in strong support of this measure due to the immense benefits outdoor education provides to Nevada's youth. We'd like to thank the Majority Leader for her commitment to this issue and urge your committee's support of AB 108. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. Madam Chair, my name is Shane Piccinini, Shane Piccinini. I am testifying on this just for myself, but I just wanted to say that I'm incredibly grateful that the legislature is considering opportunities like this. I'm old. I grew up, crawling around all of these mountains, and I really wish that when I was younger, I had focused programs like this that allowed us to be outside in a more constructive way. So thank you for considering this bill.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one in Las Vegas, we'll go to the phone lines. AVH, when you're ready.
To testify in support on AB 108, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Leanne McAllister, MCALLISTER. I am the Executive Director of the Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. There is a high return on investment for children's development and having time to play outside, and very excited to see this legislation hopefully move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Chair, there are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to opposition here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please.
To testify in opposition on AB 108, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you very much. I'll go to neutral here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please.
To testify in neutral, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, any closing remarks, Assembly Member? Okay. Well, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 108, and we will open the hearing. We're going to quick jump to Assembly Bill 331. And we'll have Assembly Member Brown May come up. And go ahead when you are ready.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Tracy Brown May, proudly representing Nevada Assembly District 42 in the heart of Clark County. It is my pleasure to see you again for the second time today. So good afternoon. This bill is really exciting for me. Assembly Bill 331 is the only bill that I put in this session that is a direct appropriation request to fund a youth behavioral risk assessment. We currently provide, as a state, parts of this youth behavioral risk assessment, and we are reaching only a portion of middle schools. This appropriation will allow the current assessment to be expanded to all middle schools, including tribal schools. So we all know that there are a number of mental health disparities throughout our state, and we're all working hard to be able to address the needs of our population. This will help to identify potential risk behaviors for kids beginning in middle school. And then once we have this data, it's utilized throughout divisions and organizations around the state to bring in additional dollars. So while our appropriation request is $220,000 for fiscal year 2025 and $220,000 for fiscal year 26-27, the ROI on this investment is incredible. Federal funding received during FY24 relied heavily on the YRBS data, included a SAMHSA substance use block grant totaling over $20 million, a mental health block grant totaling $11.2 million, a strategic prevention framework $1.2 million, cooperative agreements for tribal youth suicide prevention and early intervention programs at $735,000. The list goes on. The more comprehensive our data is with regard to youth behavioral risk assessments, the more money we can bring in to address the health needs that we have in the state. We're really excited about it. UNR helps to coordinate this. The appropriation request goes through a state division, so the state is then able to deploy the dollars where it's necessary. I'm happy to stand for questions.
Thank you very much. All right. So the total appropriation is the $440,000.
Tracy Brown May, for the record, that is correct.
All right, thank you. And that sets up the survey, the actual doing of the project.
Tracy Brown May, for the record, that builds out the existing survey that we have so that we reach the remaining parts of the population that we have not yet been able to reach.
Thank you very much. All right, additional questions from the committee? Seeing none, you can step back, and we will go to those in support of Assembly Bill 331.
Good afternoon. For the record, Patty Charlton. Thank you, Chair Dondera Loop and members of the committee. On behalf of the Nevada System of Higher Education, we urge your support of AB 331. Thank you.
Hello, Chair Dondera Loop and members of the committee. Sheila Bray with the University of Nevada, Reno. Of course, we too are here in support. And just to give you a little bit more contextual data, as Assemblymember Brown May said, this will help the expansion of this survey, right? So to reach high schools and the other middle schools or the other high schools and all of the middle schools that are not currently being surveyed. In 2023, the survey was distributed to 121 middle schools and 99 high schools, with over 12,000 student responses, making Nevada the second highest response rate in the country. This funding is super needed at this point, as expanded funding is not guaranteed. In fact, this past March, over $57,000 in federal pass-through was cut. And so this is just now more than ever needed, and we really thank you for your time.
Amy Hines Sutherland, for the record, with the Nevada Association of Counties, AMYHYNE-SUTHERLAND. We are in support. Counties use the YRBS data for opioid needs assessments and planning, community health needs assessments and planning, and it's a vital resource in all of our communities. Thank you.
Leo Benavides with UNLV, here also in support of AB 331. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. For the record, Logan Caton, C-A-Y-T-O-N, testifying in support on behalf of the Southern Nevada Health District. SNHD supports the appropriation for the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, or YRBS, because it provides critical data to guide and strengthen youth-focused public health efforts. For example, YRBS data has allowed us to identify rising middle school vaping trends and respond with targeted school-based and digital counter-marketing campaigns. We also rely on YRBS indicators to track progress on chronic disease prevention, inform grant applications, and share data with the community through our Healthy Southern Nevada dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. My name is Sabrina Schnur, S-A-B-R-I-N-A-S-C-H-N-U-R, and I'm here on behalf of the Nevada Public Health Association and the Nevada Primary Care Association, which is the state's federally qualified health centers. The FQHCs have run the Teen Pregnancy Prevention Grant for 8 years now, and that is heavily informed by YRBS data, so we are in full support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to support in Las Vegas. And support on the phone lines, AVH, when you're ready.
To testify in support on AB 331, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon again, Chair and members of the committee. Leanne McAllister, MCALLISTER. I am the Executive Director of the Nevada chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. And on behalf of our 290 pediatrician members, are in strong support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Carrie Harrington. I'm the Executive Director for Nevada Cancer Coalition. We heavily rely on YRBS as a critical tool regarding youth tobacco and vape use, and it really guides public health efforts in working to prevent initiation of these obviously very dangerous and cancer-causing items. So we heavily support, and our members very much support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Chair, there are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to opposition here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please.
To testify in opposition on AB 331, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please.
To testify in neutral on AB 331, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. There are no callers in neutral at this time.
Okay, any closing comments? Okay, thank you for visiting us. And we'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 331, and we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 375. Oh, Speaker, I'm sorry, we already heard your bill. Your majority leader took care of things. Welcome to Senate Finance. I'm glad we still have some humor at almost 4 o'clock. All righty. Please go ahead when you are ready, sir.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Don Darrell Loop, Vice Chair Wynn, members of the Senate Finance Committee. That's where we are, right? Finance. My name is Steve Yeager. I represent Assembly District 9, which is down in southwest Las Vegas. And it's an honor to present Assembly Bill 375 in its second reprint to you this afternoon. I have next to me Mr. Peter Saba from the Nevada Restaurant Association. I've worked quite extensively on this bill with him, and he'll have a little bit of data to share with you about what we're trying to do. But essentially, you may remember during COVID, that time in our lives when things got really interesting, that we actually allowed, as a state, alcohol delivery from restaurants and to-go cocktails. We stopped doing that after COVID. This bill would essentially reauthorize what we're calling cocktails to go, so that could either be picking up cocktails when you're ordering food or having a restaurant or delivery platform deliver those to you. So it sets up a framework here where no one would have to do this, but the Board of County Commissioners of a county or the city may enact an ordinance allowing for this. Restaurants would not be required to do this. It would simply be an opt-in. But we think it's good for a number of reasons. Number one, it should help our small businesses generate some additional revenue. And we hope as well that it'll cut down on folks who are driving under the influence of alcohol, because I don't think it's a surprise that sometimes when people are having a good time and they run out, they make a very poor decision to get in their car and go find some more, because most places you can't get it delivered. In addition, there is a user fee associated with this concept where the Department of Taxation would come up with regulations and they'd be able to charge up to 50 cents per drink that is ordered in a to-go fashion. That money is earmarked for an already existing DUI account that exists in our statute. We worked with the folks over at I don't remember the name of the agency, but the folks who are in control of that account to expand some of the language of the uses. So we think there's two different concepts here. Both will be helpful. And then finally, I don't have them with me here right now, but Assemblymember Gurr is a co-sponsor, and Section 5 of the bill was his idea originally, and that is to designate the pecan punch as the official state drink of the state of Nevada. So we put these two concepts together. As far as the fiscal impacts, I will let you know that there were some fiscal notes in the Assembly Ways and Means Committee from the Department of Taxation and Dieter. We were able to get those mitigated through amendments that were made to the bill, so there are no appropriations. There is no longer a fiscal impact. You'll note in the bill that the Department of Taxation can use some of that fee to pay for their position, so essentially it will pay for itself. And with that, Chair, if you allow me, I'd like to hand it over to Mr. Saba. We've greatly pared down the presentation that we had in the Assembly because we know time is precious, but I think you'll find some of the information he's going to provide very interesting from a financial perspective.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead and welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Peter Saba, S-A-B as in Bravo A, and I serve as the Senior Government Affairs Manager for the Nevada Restaurant Association, representing thousands of Nevada small business owners, employees, and restaurant families. I'm here to proudly introduce Assembly Bill 375 in its second reprint, a bill that is pro-business, pro-safety, and pro-Nevada. AB 375 modernizes Nevada's liquor laws by allowing restaurants to safely sell and deliver alcohol to go, mirroring existing provisions passed by this legislature in 2021 for big chain grocery stores and liquor retailers. It's not about cutting corners or weakening oversight. It's about leveling the playing field, supporting our restaurant industry, and implementing a policy that is smart, regulated, and modern. AB 375 ensures that Nevada does not get left behind. It delivers a balanced solution that strengthens our economy, respects local control, and builds in the strict safeguards Nevadans accept and deserve. In 2020, when restaurants were forced to close their dining rooms during the pandemic, Nevada temporarily allowed alcohol to go. We saw immediately the benefits. Restaurants stayed afloat, workers remained employed, and consumers enjoyed a responsible, safe way to enjoy beverages at home while ordering takeout. That temporary measure ended here in Nevada. However, since then, over 30 states have adopted long-term alcohol-to-go policies, including states like Texas, New York, California, Florida, and just as of last week, Utah and Vermont. They have moved forward, Nevada hasn't, and that's what AB 375 aims to change, ensuring Nevada doesn't get left behind. AB 375 modernizes Nevada's liquor laws in a way that's both responsible and fair. It allows restaurants to sell and deliver alcoholic beverages to go in sealed, tamper-evident packaging, ensuring customers enjoy the same convenience already available from liquor and grocery stores. This bill doesn't remove oversight, it enhances it. Every step includes a safety check. Every actor is accountable. Under Section 1, local governments can now authorize restaurants and delivery services to sell and deliver alcohol in sealed containers, but only within the jurisdictions where they are licensed. That's local control, preserved and protected. It's important to note that the state is already dealing with these complexities for retail and grocery store alcohol deliveries, and this bill maintains that existing framework. The apps themselves are designed to enforce jurisdictional boundaries, preventing deliveries outside of an unauthorized area. Subsection 2 creates a 50-cent surcharge per drink dedicated to funding the ignition, interlock, and DUI reduction program. This is not a tax on the general public. It's a user fee that goes directly into DUI enforcement, rehabilitation services, case management, police officer training, and statewide data systems. Subsection 3 clarifies that certain provisions governing the transport of liquor, including those requiring a specific license for liquor transport, do not apply to deliveries made under an ordinance enacted by local governments for covered food establishment. This streamlines the delivery process for these new sales. Section 5 proudly celebrates Nevada's heritage by designating the pecan punch as the official state drink. Section 5.5 expands the DUI program, funding treatment, outreach, case management, and law enforcement training. And finally, the bill includes an important amendment for Nevada's craft distilleries. It allows those with contracts in place before January 1st, 2025 to apply for a certificate under Section 1.5, manufacture an additional 40,000 cases per year for exportation to another state under Section 5.7, serve samples on site under Section 5.7, and sell limited retail directly from the distillery, also under Section 5.7. We're not asking the legislature to make a speculative decision here. The demand is already here. Nationally, over 90% of restaurants in states where alcohol to go is legal now offer it, and more than half of consumers say it influences their takeout decisions. This isn't just about convenience, it's about survival. In many restaurants, alcohol accounts for up to 80% of profit margins, while food averages just 5%. Without that margin, many simply can't stay open. This bill creates an equitable opportunity for restaurants to not just survive, but to grow. As Mimi Butler, owner of Buenos Grill in Reno, put it, this opens up a whole new market that wasn't there before. And for Kyle Vanucci of Michoacan Mexican restaurant down south, it's simply a way to stay connected with customers. This bill supports workers, responds to consumer demand, and does all of this without compromising public safety. AB 375 includes robust safety measures leveraging technology and proven practices. First, it requires all to-go alcoholic beverages to be sealed with tamper-evident packaging. This isn't about locking down a drink until it gets home. It's about setting a clear, visible standard that protects everyone involved. Tamper-evident technology across every industry has one purpose: to show whether something has been opened or altered. What it does is create a point of proof, something objective, visible, and enforceable. Let's be honest, anyone determined to drink behind the wheel can already buy a $2 tall can at 7-Eleven or pour vodka into a hydro flask. That behavior exists with or without this bill. But what this bill does is protect the people doing the right thing. The honest, law-abiding customer who picks up dinner and a cocktail to go, drives straight home, never opens the drink in the car. Without a seal, that person could still face an open container violation. Tamper-evident packaging gives them that protection. It protects law enforcement by giving officers a visual cue. It protects restaurants and delivery drivers by showing they followed the law. And most importantly, it ensures that if someone chooses to violate the law, they and only they are held accountable. Not the restaurant that followed every rule, not the delivery driver who verified the ID, and not the bill that made the service possible. This is a practical, proven safeguard. It doesn't pretend to prevent bad behavior. It gives everyone involved the tools to act responsibly and be protected when they do. Second, on top of what's built into this bill, we're already using the systems that work right here in Nevada. Platforms like Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub already use multi-step ID verification to deliver alcohol from grocery and liquor stores, and they've done so successfully in Nevada for over 5 years. These systems require scanning a government-issued ID, verifying age at the point of delivery, and confirming the recipient is physically present. No alcohol is left at the door. No delivery is completed without a verified ID. Furthermore, delivery platforms, for their own liability, require their drivers to complete additional, rigorous training specific to alcohol delivery. This training covers recognizing intoxication, verifying IDs, handling refusals, and proper transport. While each platform may have its own modules, they are all designed to meet or exceed state standards and prevent liability, ensuring a consistent focus on safe delivery practices across the industry. And yes, if a delivery is refused due to intoxication or lack of valid ID, the driver takes the product back to the restaurant or store. The customer is charged a return fee, covering the driver's time and gas, and just as a restaurant would handle a returned item in a dining room. These aren't pilot programs, they're in place every day under existing law. AB 375 allows restaurants to use the same proven systems, applying tested technology to a new setting with the same level of accountability. Together, these safeguards make alcohol to go not just legal, but safe, responsible, and fully enforceable. When we talk about public safety, we don't need to rely on hypotheticals. We can look at what's happening right now in our own backyard. This year, Nevada has seen an increase of 8% in fatal crashes. Impairment was a factor in 60% of those fatalities. Lyon County saw a 33% increase. Washoe County, a 78% spike. We know that expanding access to alcohol brings questions. We share those concerns. That's why we looked at the data and not assumptions. Between 2019 and 2021, DUI fatalities rose 53.63% in states that prohibited alcohol to go. In the states that allowed it, the increase was just 12.5%. That is not a coincidence. It turns out when you give people the option to drink at home, they're less likely to take the risk of getting behind the wheel. While it's hard to predict individual behavior, the aggregate data strongly suggests that providing a legal, convenient, and safe alternative to impaired driving has a positive effect on public safety outcomes. And just as importantly, this strategy aligns with where Nevada is already going. The Office of Traffic Safety is currently updating the statewide impaired driving plan. That plan recognizes that the need for modern tools, modern enforcement, and modern choices. AB 375 fits directly into that vision. Independent research from the R Street Institute, the Journal of Forensic Sciences, and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism all confirm the same thing. A responsible alcohol-to-go policy is not just good economics, it's a smart, enforceable, and effective public strategy. Beyond improving public safety, AB 375 is a major economic driver for Nevada's restaurant industry. Based on real-world case studies, the average licensed restaurant sells over 127 to-go drinks per week. Multiplying that across Nevada's roughly 3,500 liquor licensed restaurants, that's an estimated 438,000 drinks sold each week, over 23 million drinks annually, all under a safe, regulated system. At an average of $13 per drink, that translates to $286 million in new revenue flowing directly into Nevada's restaurant economy. This isn't a hypothetical. It's rooted in real business behavior and customer demand. This is real money flowing into our local economy, directly supporting jobs and strengthening the communities that depend on our restaurant industry. With this new projected revenue, AB 375 will generate an estimated $25 million annually in new sales tax revenue and $11 million more through the IID surcharge dedicated directly to DUI prevention efforts. All of this happens without raising a single tax. This is policy that pays for itself while funding public safety at a scale. It creates more work for bartenders, servers, delivery drivers, and supporting 223,000 Nevada food and beverage jobs in keeping our economy moving forward. We're not reinventing the wheel here. More than 30 states have already passed similar legislation. They've seen increased restaurant revenue, they've seen strong customer support, and they've seen no significant public safety issues. If we fail to act now, Nevada risks falling behind. But if we pass AB 375, we send a clear, forward-looking message. Nevada supports innovation, Nevada supports small businesses, and Nevada supports policies that are smart and safe. Other states are moving forward. Shouldn't Nevada lead rather than lag behind? We already have the delivery systems. We already have the enforcement tools. What we need now is the policy that lets our restaurants compete, the policy that keeps our public safe, and the policy that keeps Nevada moving forward. Thank you.
Steve Yeager, thank you, Chair. We are available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, Senator Nguyen.
Thank you. I am one of those people that probably utilizes things like DoorDash and those kind of food delivery systems probably too much. And I do recall during the pandemic, it was very useful to be able to have those drinks delivered during that time. So, and I appreciate that. I've been to other cities and I know that a lot of other cities have this. I do have some concerns just about what kind of protections are in place or what kind of protections that you think are in statute or are directed in statute for the development of these like regulations, I guess, on the local level to protect like my teenager from using my app and having alcohol delivered to our house. Not that my perfect children would do that, but if that was the case, how would there be protections? And I'm assuming there are some protections in law because I know we do delivery of cannabis and weed to our homes right now, and that's in statute. So I don't see a huge jump for this, but I'm wondering what kind of protections you can point us to that give us that as well.
Peter Saba for the record. Thank you for the question, Senator. Like I said in the hearing, these food delivery apps already have rigorous training for their delivery drivers who want to participate in alcohol delivery. They train them on how to see if someone is too intoxicated and shouldn't be served more, but also verifying ID. The apps themselves have a verify ID system in there that they scan the ID, make sure that person is you. So unless your kid looks like you, they're going to hopefully be trained enough to pick that apart and make sure that that's not the person who ordered this drink under that account. But yes, so currently the state has allowed this for grocery stores and liquor stores on those apps in certain jurisdictions. And in that original bill, I believe is SB 207 in 2021, that one allows the Department of Taxation to come up with the regulations for that and lets the local authorities expand on what they want to add on top of that. So in our case, if Clark County wants to choose what kind of actual seals to use, and Washoe doesn't really care, and just as long as it's full security tape or actual tamper evident, we're leaving that up to them to decide. And they have been doing this already for 5 years. So in the original print of this bill, we have changed it very much to let this bill, if passed, slide into that ordinance that they already have. This was on behalf of Clark County, and that's what they wanted. And so we took their recommendation and cut down on it. If they want to choose to not allow delivery to casinos, not allow delivery to churches or parks or colleges, they can pick and choose to do that. This is just given the framework of allowing them to allow restaurants to deliver just as they do grocery stores and liquor stores.
Thank you. And, I probably should know this. So stores like liquor stores and grocery stores in some jurisdictions, there's enabling language currently in statute that allows them to do alcohol delivery if they go through the local jurisdictions. It's just alcohol delivery from restaurants is what this bill is limited to, expanding already what we're doing in state law. Is that correct?
Peter Saba for the record. That is absolutely correct. I believe the only jurisdiction that doesn't allow the third-party delivery apps to currently deliver and only allows the stores themselves to deliver is Clark County. But I believe from our conversations from the start of this bill that they are well on their way to allowing the third-party delivery. But in Clark County right now, Lee's Liquor employees would be allowed to deliver to a household.
So without this law, are restaurants not able to do this? Is the law so specific that's limited to liquor stores and grocery stores?
Peter Saba for the record, that is exactly correct. There was a carve out for restaurants. The language specifically says retail stores in that bill.
Thank you very much. Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the multiple components of this bill, but I do have questions regarding Section 5.7 because you're going way beyond delivery of a mixed drink when you order a dinner and to have a drink with it or a cocktail with it. In 5.7, you're changing the craft distillery laws, and I'm just curious as to where that is and what the purpose of it is. If you might address that. Specifically, you're allowing, in current law, it says that the craft distillery cannot use spirits manufactured at that craft distillery if they're derived from neutral spirit by another craft manufacturer. But then you say the person may manufacture an exclusive distilled spirit of the person using neutral distilled spirits manufactured by another manufacturer. So I need a little explanation, please.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Jesse Wadhams with the law firm of Black & Wadhams on behalf of Farino Distillery. What we're attempting to do with that piece of this, let me start with the threshold, Mayor. Farino Distillery, as you know, is taking over the production of Amir Pecan for production of pecan punches in Nevada. Under the craft distillery laws as they are currently written, a craft distiller cannot use neutral or distilled spirits for their products. In order to make Amir Pecan at scale, you need to bring in what I'll call bulk alcohol, which is neutral or distilled spirits. So what we're doing is allowing for a craft distillery to bring in bulk alcohol, neutral or distilled spirits, and then make Amir Pecan from that. And it is an exclusive license, as the speaker points out.
So again, that would be just limited to those folks making the critical component for the pecan punch.
Madam Speaker, Senator Jesse Wadhams for the record, that is at this point correct, but any contract would be potentially.
Well, I hope it does increase supply because there certainly is demand. I literally, true story, down in Gardnerville where there are several Basque restaurants, went to have a pecan at one of the local restaurants and they didn't have the key ingredients to produce the pecan.
Senator, I know there's no question in there, but Jesse Wadhams, for the record, that is exactly why we are doing this, so that we can get production ramped up and start selling pecans everywhere.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. So, I have many questions, but one of them is, my children know the Wadhams children, and one of my children are 22, and the Wadhams children are 16, and we decide to have alcohol. And my children can order because they're 21, 22, whatever, and your children are not old enough to drink. And we order pizza and whatever. How does that work? Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Wadhams. Your children are involved in this. I knew you in high school. Go ahead, Speaker.
Steve Yeager for the record. I don't think I'm going to give you a satisfactory answer other than, the checks are in place to make sure that it gets delivered to the right person or the right person picks it up, because this also involves takeout. You go pick up the drinks yourself. What a consumer decides to do after that point, I don't know that we can control that, but I would just know that it's not really any different than, someone who's 22 or 23 going to the liquor store, bringing it home and sharing it inappropriately. So I think this bill puts as many safeguards as we can on the actual who's going to pick it up or who's going to deliver and how it's going to be delivered. So we're not going to have a situation where it gets delivered to the wrong person, it gets left on the porch. I know when I do DoorDash, I always tell them just leave it on the front porch. They can't do that with alcohol. They don't do it now when it's delivered, and they wouldn't do it under this. So it's going to fall back to that personal responsibility. And, if you're providing alcohol to a minor, that's a crime in and of itself. And so, we try to educate and hope people do the right thing, but we can't prevent that from happening.
Thank you. My concern, of course, is always kids, but beyond that, with adults, I just don't know that I personally believe that just because I order alcohol, I'm not going to go out and drink and drive, because what generally happens is you drink 2 or 3. And then you say, oh, we should have more. Let's go drive and get more. Because, by the way, the guy who's been delivering it to you probably isn't going to come because you're inebriated, right? So I just worry about all those safeguards. While I recognize what's going on, and I recognize that adults, like all of us, may want to take part, I guess if I'm out picking up food, I can certainly swing by the grocery store or the CVS or wherever and get the beer or whatever I need for a drink. I'm just not sure that this ramps up production. I'm just not sure that that's where we're going with this. And I don't think that, I just have some real concerns, I guess, and it's always around what happens is the unintended consequences of bills. So I appreciate you bringing it. I'm just a little bit concerned. Thank you, and I believe Senator Buck has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Speaker. Is this open for mom and pop bars, or do you have to sell food? Can a mom and pop, a store or bar also do this?
Peter Sauber for the record. Thank you for the question. So we are in the bill. The language says covered food establishment, and it's kind of vague. So where a brew pub, a bar, as long as you are under the covered food establishment definition, you can deliver. If the local counties they keep you allowed to do that. So if Clark County wants to only do it restaurants and not brew pubs, and Washoe wants everyone who's technically a covered food establishment, they can pick and choose how they do it, and we'll worry about that after the bill is passed. But I would love and I envision that every covered food establishment gets to deliver. I think brew pubs, I think bars, especially the brew pubs that craft their own brews, I think those are going to be very popular to be delivered, and I would love for those small businesses to get that kind of revenue stream and not just, Olive Garden or Applebee's, who will be able to do this and they already don't need more revenue. They already make a ton. Obviously, everyone would love more revenue, but yeah, hopefully that we keep those small businesses in there when it comes time to do that on the ordinance level.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the wine bar, down the street or whatever, but okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Any additional questions from the committee? Senator Wynn.
I'm sorry. Because we have these two kind of like very distinct issues between the distilling and the like alcohol delivery, I'm going to kind of focus on the distilling thing. And this might be a question for Mr. Wadhams. The way this is crafted, I know we've had conversation about a distillery that wanted to be located in Nevada and distill, like, I guess, craft distill the ingredients for a pecan. Would this allow anyone to do this, or just like someone making this particular drink?
Thank you for the question, Senator Jesse Wadhams, for the record. At this point, this is a pretty limited exception for, it's not this particular product, but it is a limited license for this particular situation, if that makes sense. So a contractual right that existed could be for anything that could fit under this. It doesn't have to be necessarily a mere pecan. It could be brandy or some other thing that is a component of a different drink. But the answer is it is intended to be limited to this situation, but not this product.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wadhams. I am so disappointed you would answer her question and not mine. I'm just shocked by this.
I'm sure I'll get in trouble for that one. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. Any additional questions from the committee? All right. Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation. If you'll step back, we'll go to those in support here in Carson City. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Trevor Parrish with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber's in support of AB 375 from the fiscal perspective, as this will help drive additional economic activity. So now let's get our cocktails and drink them too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional here in Carson City, Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please, when you're ready, AVH.
Testify in support on AB 375, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to opposition here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, AVH, when you're ready.
Testify in opposition, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to neutral here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please, when you're ready.
Testify in neutral on AB 375, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. Any closing remarks, Speaker? All righty. Thank you very much. All right. Thanks for coming to Finance. Thanks to all of you. And we'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 375, and we'll open the hearing on Assembly Bill 251.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee on Senate Finance. My name is Greg Koenig. I'm here to present AB 251. Up until now, I've had Director Goycochea sitting next to me to handle all the heavy lifting, and he wasn't able to be here today, so we'll see how this goes. Most of my bills have some sort of a rural slant, and this was a constituent's bill that brought to me that there's actually a mobile meat packing trailer in Yerington, Nevada, who does some pretty good work there, but they aren't able to move it. It's a trailer, but it can only stay in its original spot. It can't be moved. And so what this bill does is it authorizes mobile meatpacking plants to be able to move around and to offer their services, into different places. And it's really going to help in the rurals, especially the ultra rurals that just don't have access to these services. And so they'll be able to have their livestock ready, and they'll be able to drive the mobile meat packing plant out to them and process their animals. It's only for wholesale. It's not like we're trying to create competition for, other people who sell the meat, but it's going to service themselves, and then, also some of the small little ultra-rural stores will be able to have some fresh meat to sell to their customers. Coming out of, on the assembly side, there was a fiscal note, but in the hearing in the last couple of days, I'm not sure, can't remember exactly which day, it's all running together at this point, but the Department of Ag and Director Goykachi was able to remove that fiscal note. So there's no fiscal note on that. He was asked to be completely transparent on how, by taking this fiscal note off, how is it going to affect that? And he says, well, if we were able to add another employee, we could probably get to people within just a day or two. And by taking the fiscal note off and not having to add another employee, it may take a few days longer, but they'll still be able to service the mobile meat plants. I guess they have to inspect the animal before they slaughter it and then after they slaughter it. And that's why you have to have someone from his department to come and inspect. But that is going to be able to happen, and he was able to take that fiscal note off. So at this point, I will open for any questions.
Thank you very much. I actually have a couple questions. So this isn't just like I went out and shot a deer or a whatever, and I don't want to process it myself. I want somebody else to come process it, because it seems like if you had a ranch or a farm and you were slaughtering beef or sheep or whatever you're slaughtering, that you would go to a bigger facility than having a mobile slaughterhouse or a mobile meat packer.
Greg Koenig for the record, and it will do both. They can do livestock. I mean, they can do wildlife, I think, already, and then this would allow them to actually do livestock also.
And is there a limit on what they can do? I mean, believe it or not, I've done my share of packing meat. So when you come home with a deer and you take it apart and you pack it, it's a big job. So can they do one? Can they do 10? I mean, is there a limit? Because I'm thinking a trailer is what I'm thinking.
So, Greg Koenig, for the record, you have had experience doing this. I have not, but I have seen the trailer, and it's more almost in a semi-trailer, not just a little small trailer. I mean, it's pretty impressive. They have all the things. How much can they do? I don't know. I don't think, their goal isn't to take over the slaughterhouse's jobs, but it's big enough to me they can do 2 or 3 cows. I'm not positive.
Okay.
It's a semi. It's not huge, but it's...
And my last question would be, what you mentioned something about inspection. Who inspects to make sure? I mean, nobody inspects my meat if I bring home a deer, right?
Right.
But if you have a mobile trailer, you would want somebody inspecting, I would suspect. So is that the health department? Is that who does that?
Greg Koenig, for the record, it's someone from JJ's department, from Director Goykachi's department, that is trained in that. I think they can inspect the brick and mortar places too, but they're going to be the same people that will be inspecting the mobile one.
Okay, thank you. Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a little clarification, since I have had little farms and ranches, and we what we would do, we'd raise the little steer and then hire somebody to come and slaughter it for us, and they would take care of it right there. So it's that small mom and pop, small family farm that raises 1 or 2 beef, and then they need somebody to slaughter it for them, and then this person comes to us and slaughters it there. And takes care of it right there. But also people who hunt don't always process. We do process our own meat, but many people take it to a meat packing place and have them cut it up for sausage, and they don't do it themselves. So this would enable that custom professionals to come to your place, take care of your animal, and process it for you. And it's just for that clarification.
Thank you, Senator, and that's the intent.
Thank you very much, Senator Wynn.
In looking at this, and I'm not even going to pretend that I came up with it on my own, but I know that staff here has indicated that in Section 4, there's some language in subsection 2 that talks about if and only if decision unit E905 in the budget account 3194 is enacted by the legislature. This is kind of some unusual language. Is this something you'd be open to amending if your bill was to move forward in order to make this consistent with the actual budget closings?
Yes, and I thought that part was removed when Director Goycochea said that he would be able to handle it with his current employees now, because there was, and I'm not 100% sure, but there was the one bill that was going to transfer from the one department into his department.
It is. It's Budget Implementation Bill, Senate Bill 466.
So if that, didn't mean to interrupt, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
If that was going to pass, then that was going to take care of the fiscal note, and they would be able to handle it right away. By that not passing, he said fiscally he can still absorb that, but there might be a little bit of delay. And he was talking a few days, not like months, but it wasn't going to happen immediately without those extra people. So I wish he was here to explain that, but he said that he didn't need that to happen anymore for him to take away the fiscal note.
I'm going to ask Mr. Thurley to jump in here if you don't mind.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. So I think the concern from staff is that tying the effective date of the bill to the approval of a decision unit in the budget is not legally sufficient for determining whether the bill ever becomes effective or not. So that would need to be changed to either tying it to the passage and approval of Senate Bill 466, or based on Assemblymember Koenig's testimony just now, if the Department of Agriculture has indicated that passage of that bill is not needed, then Section 4 would just need to be amended to include regular effective date language, whichever effective date is appropriate.
Greg Koenig for the record, and I was contacted by legal saying that wouldn't work. I thought we'd taken it out, and then Director Goycochea said it doesn't need to depend on that happening for him to take that away. So yes, we just need to take that out. It's not dependent on this happening for this bill to pass and be effective, and the fiscal note isn't relying on that at this point.
All right, thank you. Well, if you could sort that out, and we'll hang on to it for just a second and won't work session so that we can sort that part out.
Thank you. Greg Koenig for the record. We will get that done right away.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? All right, seeing none, if you'll step back. Those in support, please come forward in Carson City. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Sheila Bray, University of Nevada, Reno. We are in full support, and we came to Assemblymember Koenig over the interim with really this issue that a lot of our folks, mostly in our rural counties, are facing, to be able to have somewhere and a place for them to be able to process their livestock, their meat, their animals as needed. So, and if some of you had seen or throughout a couple different days this legislative session, we actually had our meat trailer out in front of the legislative building, and we're serving up steak tips. And so passage of this bill will really help us be able to move mountains here in the state. And so thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And anyone in Las Vegas and on the phone lines, please, AVH, when you're ready.
To testify in support on AB 251, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. In opposition here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please.
To testify in opposition, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please.
And to testify in neutral, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. Any closing remarks? Okay. Thank you very much. Please don't hesitate to reach out to Mr. Thorley if you need additional information. Thank you very much, Assembly Member. Glad to have you in Finance. And we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 251, and we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 409. Welcome, Assembly Member Hafen. Pleasure seeing you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Senators. It's wonderful to see all of you this afternoon. My name is Gregory Hafen II, honored to represent Assembly District 36, here to present Assembly Bill 409. I had a rather lengthy PowerPoint for you. However, LCB said due to copyright restrictions, I was not able to upload it. So I'll just keep it very brief. The fiscal note is 0. This is to enact one of our veterans, to create a veteran license plate, one of the very few that the only one that we did not currently have, as well as some cleanup from last legislative session where we allowed decorated veteran plates to be personalized. We had missed a couple of them, so we wanted to ensure to expand that to allow our other decorated veterans to also have the ability to personalize their license plate just like all other regular license plates. And with that, Chair, I could go through the bill step by step or just answer questions however you would like me to proceed.
I would just like to know what the actual fiscal note is on this. Do you have an exact number or not?
DMV is here to testify, but I believe the fiscal note is 0.
Mr. Sever to the rescue. And by the way, we are always happy that there is copyright laws and we don't get long PowerPoints. Go ahead, Mr. Sever.
All right. Hello, Chair Committee members. I too have a 100-page PowerPoint on the history of military license plates.
Thank you so much.
I'll save it. Sean Sever, DMV. We are neutral on AB 409. It's the same testimony as earlier. We put a cannot be determined fiscal note on earlier in the session because there were 9 different license plates coming our way. That's only 3 now, so it's a no impact for the DMV. Thanks.
Okay, additional questions from the committee? All right, thank you very much. If you'll step back, we will go to those in support of Assembly Bill 409 here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please, AVH, when you're ready.
To testify in support on AB 409, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to those in opposition here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please, AVH, when you're ready.
To testify in opposition, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to neutral here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please.
To testify in neutral, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Thank you very
Chair, there are
much.
no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, Assembly Member, do you have anything that you would like to add, close with? Thank you. And thank you for being here today. And we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 409, and we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 476. Welcome, Assemblymember Watts. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Again, for the record, Howard Watts, representing Assembly District 15 in Clark County. It's my pleasure to present Assembly Bill 476 for your consideration today. I am a proud graduate of UNLV and am fortunate to represent the main UNLV campus in Assembly District 15. This bill before you would make a $500,000 appropriation in each fiscal year of the upcoming biennium to support the legal clinics at the William S. Boyd School of Law at UNLV. These appropriations would maintain state support at levels that were approved by this body last session. The clinics at the law school provide free legal services to our community while offering students critical real-world legal experience. One of the key missions at Boyd is to help meet the need for legal services among residents through clinical programs, externships, and pro bono services, which involve students in community service. There are currently 6 clinics and practicums in the law school, including survivors of domestic and sexual violence, small business development, immigration, mediation, criminal defense, and tenants' rights. The funds that support these clinics are essential to allow existing pro bono services to continue and allow some of the law school's newer clinics to continue to develop. The law school hopes to also use these funds to support the fellows and staff attorneys that are crucial to keep these clinics running. And with that, we are glad to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Senator Wynn.
Thank you. Unfortunately, when I was at the Boyd School of Law, they had not started up most of these clinics, although we had some of the community service programs that were kind of pioneered with the founding staff as well as Barbara Buckley and Legal Aid. So I know that there are some amazing things. And I don't know if you might know this answer, but in light of the way that we are moving towards new licensure through the State Bar of Nevada, where it will no longer just be the bar exam, but it will be a bar exam that also incorporates like actual practicum like kind of hours in the community during those last years of law school. How crucial are these like clinic programs now that we have a new way to become a license in our state?
Howard Watts for the record. Excellent question. And I did not know the answer to this question, but it came up in the assembly, and my friend answered it very well. So I'll turn it over to him.
For the record, Leonardo Benavides, through the chair to Senator Wynn, thank you for the question here on behalf of UNLV and also as a Boyd grad and as well as somebody who went through the clinic. Yes, so they will be actually changing the bar, as you noted. They accepted the Nevada plan, and it will start being in effect next year. And as you mentioned, there will be a supervised practice portion of that, requiring students to have 60 hours of supervised practice, right? So that's why having funding for these clinics will be very important. As you know, these clinics are very popular. They fill up, these slots fill up very quickly every year, so that's why it's crucial to maintain the funding.
Thank you very much. I have a question. So what is does the funding go to pay the supervising professor? What does it go to actually, what are the funds needed for? I see the description here as pro bono legal services, but are we paying the students or the what are we doing with those funds?
Chair Dondera Loop, Leonardo Benavides for the record. Yes, it is for providing for the services, the program itself, not for the students. The students themselves earn the externship credits through the clinic.
And question? And then I guess my other question would be, is there, just curious, if you didn't get the 500,000 a year or $1 million in the biennium, or you got a lesser amount, how does that affect what you do? How do you fund this if you don't have that money?
Howard Watts for the record. I'll start with that. As I noted in my opening remarks, we approved this amount, so a total of $1 million, $500 in each year of the biennium that is currently ending. So if we were not able to continue that support, likely there would have to be reductions in the funding that support those critical staff. That likely means less opportunities for students in the law school to participate, and then that consequently means less access to the pro bono legal help for the community, whether it's starting a business, assisting survivors of domestic violence, etc.
Thank you very much. Senator Nguyen?
Am I correct in understanding that the money that is utilized now currently that we had allocated during the last biennium as well as this is allowing to continue those programs because they weren't included in this most recent budget recommendation?
Howard Watts for the record, that's correct.
And that in these clinical programs, it's not like law students are just out there, they can't practice law. They have to be under the supervision of actual practicing attorneys.
Howard Watts for the record, that's also correct.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, with that, if you will step back. And we will go ask those who are in support in Carson City. Please go ahead, please.
Hey, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Alejandro Rodriguez, Nevada System of Higher Education. NCHE is in strong support of this legislation. We'd like to thank Assemblymember Watts for bringing it forward to maintain the amazing services and opportunities that these clinics provide to our state. Thank you so much.
Michael Flores, on behalf of the University of Nevada, Reno, here in strong support and grateful for the work that the UNLV Legal Clinic does. We partner a lot with them, and they do great work statewide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional support here in Carson City, Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please, AVH, when you are ready.
To testify in support on AB 476, please press star 9 on your phone to take place in the queue.
Hello. Thank you to the committee members for giving me an opportunity to speak in favor of this bill. My name is Austin Lipson, and I graduated from Boyd this year, and I have worked in the legal clinic. So in my opinion, the clinic offers the most powerful training experience at the law school. It not only provides students an opportunity to work on extremely high-stakes cases, but it often allows students to see those cases through from beginning to end, which is a rare and extremely informative process for a law student. Clinic cases give students a chance to practice a litany of lawyering skills, such as research, evidence preparation, witness interviewing, interfacing with government agencies, litigation, and so on. And so important are the skills that a student sharpens in the Thomas & Mack Legal Clinic that I know a lot of students who worked in the clinic, even though they ultimately don't plan on practicing in the area of law that they focused on there, they just knew that working there would make them better lawyers. And aside from serving as a powerful training tool, the Thomas & Mack Legal Clinic also provides students at the law school with a service opportunity that is unmatched by any other program. To illustrate this point, I will share what I told the law school's first-year students about the program last month. The clinic allowed my practice partner and I to use the law to save someone's life. And the work I did in the clinic is the thing I am most proud of that I have ever done. So in sum, the Thomas & Mack Legal Clinic is invaluable for turning law students into skilled lawyers, and it provides life-saving services to the clients that it helps. So please vote in favor of Assembly Bill 476 to fund the clinic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, additional callers, AVH, when you're ready.
Chair, there are no more callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll go to those in opposition here in Carson City. in Las Vegas and on the phone lines, please.
To testify in opposition on AB 476, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to neutral here in Carson City on the phone lines and in Las Vegas and on the phone lines, please, AVH.
To testify in neutral, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers in neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. Any closing remarks, Assembly Member? Thank you very much, and thank you for being here in Finance. We'll close the hearing on Assembly Bill 476, and we'll open up the hearing on Assembly Bill 550.
My sister's a teacher.
Good afternoon, almost evening.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Drew Cross, C-R-O-S-S, and I'm the State Forensic Program Coordinator. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss Reprint 2 for AB 550. We'd like to offer a brief overview and be available to answer any questions. We have worked closely with the public defenders and district attorneys recently, and it is hoped that the alterations address their concerns. We sincerely appreciate their suggestions and willingness to work with us to improve the statute, which will ultimately lead to better treatment for Nevadans. AB 550 suggests changes to NRS 178.461, which allows for up to a 10-year commitment at a secure forensic facility for individuals who have been found incompetent with no substantial probability of becoming competent in the foreseeable future for any Category A and certain Category B felonies. The first section of changes improves the wording to provide clarity on the intent regarding an individual receiving restorative treatment prior to being found permanently incompetent to proceed. The second change alters the process by which the district attorney notifies the court and the division of the intent to see a comprehensive risk assessment. The court then writes an order for the division to complete this. The next alteration reverts back to the original language. It was agreed by all parties that this best captures the process by which someone is committed to the division if the risk assessment determines the person does not need inpatient forensic care. Finally, individuals committed under this statute and who are placed on conditional release and eligible for discharge from conditional release, if it is granted, a slight word change was made from facility to state. This was done to encompass the state of Nevada, as the current language could be interpreted to mean the facility itself, which for individuals on conditional release might not be a state facility. We are hopeful that these changes address the concerns expressed by our stakeholders. Passing AB 550 will lead to better treatment for individuals, improve efficiency of the risk assessment process, and lead to consistency across the state. We anticipate a small fiscal savings of around $5,000 and would like to thank you for this opportunity to present AB 550, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here with us. I believe Senator Nguyen may have a question.
Give me 1 second to kind of formulate my thoughts so I'm not rambling. Although I probably will just end up rambling, so if anyone else has a question, that would be great. I know that there were some other changes in here, so there is no fiscal note at this point. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe again why this is necessary in order for implementation at this point?
Drew Cross for the record. Madam Chair, through you to Senator Nguyen. Yes, I'd be happy to describe sort of the situations that led to this. Oftentimes, individuals are found incompetent without probability at the 178-415 pre-commitment level. At that point, the state is required to produce a risk assessment. Now, this individual has not received the benefit of restorative treatment where medications, a safe milieu are provided, and we're not measuring from that person's best state. This would assure that individuals would have the opportunity for restoration, the benefits of treatment. Now, while everyone won't be found competent, if a risk assessment is done, they will certainly show better if treatment had been rendered.
So I guess that brings me to my question. Do you anticipate there would be less people that would be diagnosed with this incompetent without probability under these circumstances?
Drew Cross for the record. A small percentage, yes. I think our pre-commitment evaluators do a wonderful job. However, the opportunity for restoration can elicit sometimes unexpected results, including an individual being restored to competency.
I think that answers my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions on this particular item? All right, seeing none, I'll let you step back. And thank you very much for clarifying the fiscal note. And you can step back and we'll go to those in support here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please.
There are no callers in support at this time.
All right, we'll go to those in opposition here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please.
Chair, there are no callers in opposition at this time.
All right, and we will go to neutral here in Carson City, in Las Vegas, and on the phone lines, please.
Chair, there are no callers at this time.
All righty, and with that, we will, any closing comments, Mr. Cross? Can I ask him a question? Yes, you can. Mr. Cross, would you come back to the table? Senator Titus has a question.
I apologize, Madam Chair, and appreciate that opportunity. And I guess I was so interested in what the conversation was that Senator Wynn was having on that process that I forgot to address my medical debt question. And on Section 2 at the very end, number 3 in that, it says that when a person's then discharged, they're not liable for any debts, contractual obligations, medical or otherwise incurred at that time. Is that different than the bill that passed out about medical debt, absolving somebody from medical debt? Or is this because they're not officially arrested, they're not in prison? Is that what separates this out?
Madam Chair, to Senator Titus, Drew Cross for the record, yes, that would be the correct interpretation.
All right, so it's a different set of debt, although medical, but these folks are not incarcerated at the time. Is that
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that extra question.
All righty, thank you, Mr. Cross.
Of course.
All right, whoops, Mr. Cross. I guess we were not finished cross-examining you. Senator Wynn.
I'm sorry. It was see, now I'm like known as the cross-examine person. Sorry, I was just so confused because this was like obviously something I'm very familiar with in the like criminal like world. And so I was just so confused because it's being brought on behalf of the Committee on Ways and Means. So this is tied to that other decision unit 275 in one of the budget accounts, I think 3645. So if we don't enact this law, then you will incur those expenses associated with this.
Correct. I think,
Okay.
Drew Cross for the record. Chair, through you to Senator Wynn. Thank you. Yes, so specifically when it refers to professional services, this is the annual report that's required for every long-term commitment. We anticipate some individuals being found competent. We will no longer be required to produce that report, and so there'll be a small fiscal savings.
Thank you very much. All right, last call. Any questions? We got through this without Senator Scheibel, or we might have more. Mr. Cross, you better run quick.
Will do, thank you.
All righty, I'm going to close the hearing so they can't pull you back up here. All right, with that, I will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 550. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take just a quick recess before we continue on. Alrighty, what we are going to do next is a BDR introduction, if you can believe it, 2 minutes before we're done. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Thorley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. There's one BDR which requires committee introduction today. It is BDR S1254. Makes appropriations for the implementation of certain collective bargaining agreements. Just yesterday, the State Board of Examiners approved two collective bargaining agreements with two bargaining units. Under state law, any agreement which requires an act of the legislature to be given effect, the governor shall request a bill draft request to effectuate those provisions, and that is what this BDR is. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right, I'll accept a motion.
So moved to introduce the BDRs.
Thank you very much. Second by Senator Scheibel. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Thorley. All right, we will go on to the work session that is here on the agenda, and we will start with if we could do a 1-minute recess here so we can pull ourselves onto the work session. All righty, we are ready. We will work session the following bills so that you know. We are going to work session AB 102, AB 117, AB 213, AB 220, AB 259, AB 336, AB 575, and AB 594. Did you get all those, Senator Titus?
102, 172,
No, 102, 117, 213, 220, 259, 336, 575, 594. Okay. All right, Ms. Crockett, you will start with Assembly Bill 102.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kathy Crockett. Assembly Bill 102 was heard in committee on the 29th. It authorizes the District Board of Health in a health district that includes a county with a population between 100,000 and 700,000 to regulate emergency medical services within its jurisdictions in the same manner as a county whose population is 700,000 or more. The bill was presented by Nevada Fire Association Chief and Reno City Fire Chief. There was a minor potential revenue reduction regarding the fiscal impact for the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. However, it is unclear what the magnitude of that may actually be if this is implemented. There were several comments in support, no comments in opposition, and no comments in neutral, and no amendments were presented or discussed. If the committee wishes to take action on the bill, the appropriate motion would be to do pass.
Thank you very much. I'll accept a motion.
So moved to do pass.
Thank you very much. And second by Senator Scheibel. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Senator Titus, would you take the floor statement? Thank you. All right, we will go to Assembly Bill 117.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kathy Crockett. Assembly Bill 117 was heard this morning. It requires the Department of Motor Vehicles to design, issue, and prepare a special license plate for the Las Vegas Aces basketball team. The bill was presented by Assemblymember Brown May. Regarding the fiscal impact, the Department of Motor Vehicles indicated that they would be able to absorb any costs associated with the implementation of this measure. There were no comments in support or opposition. The DMV was neutral. No amendments were presented and discussed. If the committee wishes to move the bill, the appropriate motion would be to do pass.
Thank you very much, and I'll accept a motion.
So moved to do pass.
Thank you very much, Senator Wynn. I'll take a second from Senator Scheibel. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay, and I will take the floor statement for that. All right, Assembly Bill 213, right on time. And that is Mr. Thorley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Assembly Bill 213 was heard in this committee yesterday, revises provisions governing public works projects. The bill as amended provides that workers who perform custom fabrication on a public work or for certain government performance contracts must be paid prevailing wage, among other provisions of the bill. The bill was presented by Alfonso Lopez with the sheet metal and air rail transportation workers. Testimony support was from Building and Construction Trades Council of Northern Nevada and the Nevada State AFL-CIO. Opposition testimony came from the Nevada chapter of Associated General Contractors, Associated Builders and Contractors, Nevada Urban Consortium, Nevada National Electrical Contractors Association, the Nevada Policy Research Institute, and the Nevada Contractors Association. There was no testimony in neutral. There were no amendments presented or discussed. The Office of the Labor Commissioner, which would be charged with enforcing the provisions of this law, submitted a fiscal note with an undetermined fiscal impact. Fiscal staff would note that the budget that the money committees approved this session for the Office of the Labor Commissioner did approve funding for a 4-person public work enforcement team, which is made up of some investigator positions and some travel costs to perform additional tasks related to enforcement of public works laws. If the committee wishes to move this bill, the appropriate action would be to do pass.
Thank you very much. I'll accept a motion.
So moved to do pass.
Thank you very much, Senator Wynn. Senator Scheibel, a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. And the nays are Senator Titus, Senator Stone, and Senator Buck. Motion passes, and I will give the floor statement to Senator Wynn. All right, we will go to Assembly Bill 220.
Kathy Crockett, Fiscal Analysis Division. Assembly Bill 220 was heard in committee on the 29th. It authorizes the issuance of identification cards by the Department of Health and Human Services to persons experiencing homelessness. The bill was presented by Assemblymember Hunt. The language in the bill is permissive, therefore the Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, who would potentially administer this program, indicated there was zero physical cost associated with the bill. There were a number of comments in support and no comments in opposition. The Department of Motor Vehicles was in neutral. No amendments were presented and discussed. If the committee wishes to approve the bill, the motion would be to do pass.
Thank you very much. And with that, I'll accept a motion.
I'd move to do pass.
Thank you very much. And I'll take a second from Senator Scheibel. And with that, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. And Senator Neal, would you take that floor statement? And with that, we will go to Assembly Bill 259.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kathy Crockett. Assembly Bill 259 was heard on the 29th. It prohibits individuals and entities in Nevada from paying or seeking reimbursement for prescription drugs at prices exceeding federally established maximum fair price under certain circumstances. The bill was presented by Assemblymember Considine. Regarding the fiscal impact, the Public Employees Benefit Program indicated a cost of approximately $920,000 beginning in fiscal year 2027. Staff would note that budget account does have a number of reserves established with funding in them, so if this cost increase did materialize, they could seek to move funding out of reserve to support any increased cost. The Division of Healthcare Financing and Policy indicated the fiscal impact could not be determined, therefore staff cannot attach any price dollar allocation to the projected changes at this time. There were a number of comments in support, no comments in support, one comment in opposition, and no comments in neutral. No amendments were presented or discussed. If the committee wishes to approve the bill, the motion would be to do pass.
Thank you very much, and I will accept a motion.
So moved to do pass.
Thank you very much, Senator Wynn. Second from Senator Scheibel. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. No from Senator Titus, Senator Stone, and Senator Buck. And with that, I will ask Senator Taylor to take the floor statement.
Thank you, Chair.
And with that, we'll go to Assembly Bill 336.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kathy Crockett, LCB Fiscal. Assembly Bill 336 makes certain changes to preferences applied to state purchasing contracts to allow certain bidding preferences to stack. The bill was presented by Homa Sayar, who was currently the Deputy Director of Department of Indigent Defense Services. She recently served in the Purchasing Division. There is no apparent fiscal impact. There were no comments in opposition, support, or neutral, and no amendments were discussed. If the committee wishes to move the bill, the appropriate motion would be to do pass.
Thank you very much. I'll accept a motion.
So moved to do pass.
Thank you very much from Senator Wynn, a second from Senator Scheibel. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. And I will give the floor statement to Senator Stone. And we will go back to Ms. Crockett again to Assembly Bill 575.
Kathy Crockett, Fiscal Analysis Division. Assembly Bill 575 was heard in committee on the 29th. It makes appropriations of 9.1 million from the general fund and approximately 344,000 from the highway fund to the Department of Public Safety for the replacement of computer hardware and software, furniture, and vehicles, as well as information technology projects. The bill was presented by representatives of the Department of Public Safety. There were no comments in support, opposition, or neutral, and no amendments were presented. If the committee wishes to move the bill, the motion would be to do pass.
Thank you very much. I'll accept a motion.
So moved to do pass.
Thank you very much, Senator Nguyen. I'll take a second from Senator Scheibel. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. And Senator Scheibel, you want to help us out here? Thank you. Thank you. There aren't cars involved, but if there is one, you know where it's going. All right. With that, we'll do Assembly Bill 594. Mr. Thorley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Assembly Bill 594 revises provisions governing the Department of Taxation. The bill is amended, authorizes the department to deliver notices, decisions, and other written documents by electronic means under certain circumstances. The bill also revises certain industry classification, or the classification of businesses for purposes of the commerce tax, and changes the due date for the payment of sales and use taxes. This is a budget implementation bill that was submitted in order to implement the budget as approved by the money committees. According to that, there's no direct fiscal impact, or any fiscal impact that there was is addressed in the budget. Testimony and support came from the Nevada Taxpayers Association. There's no testimony in opposition or neutral. There were no amendments presented or discussed. If the committee wishes to move this bill, the appropriate action would be to do pass.
Thank you very much. I'll accept a motion.
So moved to do pass.
Thank you very much, Senator Nguyen. Second from Senator Scheibel. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Senator Buck, would you like the floor statement, please? Thank you very much. All right. With that, we have completed our work session and our bills for the day. We will go into recess because we have more work to do. So thank you very much, and we are in recess. And staff, thank you so much for the treats. That was very kind of you. Very kind of you. We are back in order, and we will go to public comment. Seeing none in Carson City and none in Las Vegas. And phone lines, AVH. Not hearing any. We are adjourned.